Alright, okay, something new for today. Bring you massive value in every way, as I would say, as I would tell you. So, I got to do what I got to do to make the thing come true, which is the dream, which is the team of businesses that I'm building. Everything is fulfilling. Like a builder, I'm building. I'm like a chiller, I'm chilling while I build. So, on the road to the mill, gonna keep it real about what I do. Don't have to hype anything up, don't have to dumb anything down, just what goes around comes around. So when I provide value to you, I know it comes back. More value you provide, more you strive. So another day, another flow. Learning lessons as I go. Getting right back into it. Yeah, yesterday finished up like the main parts of the paid tier. The first paid tier, which is gonna be the part that's not free. So the part that is free, something you already see, which is the Investor's Edge. Might rename it later, but for now it's basically the training. Take anybody from nothing to something, knowing nothing, knowing very little about investing. And it's not trading, it's investing. Knowing about when to buy, what to buy at the right time. Giving you the right lessons for your mind. Then you can go and test it out without a doubt. Get years of knowledge, and you don't even have to go to college. No degree needed to get this money. No degree needed. You don't have to do anything funny. So basically, we got the time machine in the free tier. We got the time machine where you can go and try to beat the S&P 500. Take the lessons you learn from the game. And I feel like after you learn this, you would never be the same. You'll want to start investing. Testing your knowledge against the market. So yesterday, the paid tier, first paid tier, what I built. Got the live paper trading, so it's in real time with fake money. Start you out with 100K fake money. Then automatic built-in journaling system. Gonna have a coaching system too, but that's something I can't do on the stream. Proprietary, but basically it's gonna be a coach. It's gonna look at what you're doing, look at how you're investing, give you advice to get you better, understand what you're doing that's wrong, what you're doing that's right. And after all that, if you do the coaching long enough, can build a investing robot that would basically be a clone of you and do what you do, so you don't have to spend your time. But that can't come right away. All things take time, as I would say. So really, you got to start somewhere. But I think these tools will make you learn quick. And once you learn, I think you won't switch. And yeah. That kind of tight. Slept on it wrong last night. So if I got my head kind of tilted, that's why. But I'll just keep coming through with something new. So what I'm getting into is starting for today. Gonna pull up the project, as I would say. All right, here we go. Opening up the VS flow. Telling Claude to start the dev server. What's up, Ocean Wavy? Ocean Wave. How you doing? Blessings and peace to you. Alright, local host. So I think today I'm going to start here, looking at the dashboard. This is just kind of the generic dashboard that Claude built for me. And I want to make it better for sure. Alright, so I'm going to start out with Gemini. Gemini and I. Alright, today I'm going to start out with the dashboard. I'm going to give you a screenshot of the dashboard, how it is now. This is just the dashboard that, I guess like I would say, generic dashboard that was built when I first started the project. I mean, a lot of things it's got is what I need, but I want to make it better. And you know, basically, I guess I should ask, you know, before I start, I still have not built what I want to do for the Elite Suite yet, which is the AI bot architect and the multi-backtester that would go with it. So, do you think I should start the dashboard now or wait till I build the Elite Suite? Can I get that screenshot? Pour my water up. If you're just tuning in, you know what to do. Like up the like button. Comment up the comments and subscribe up the subscribe button if you haven't already, because I'll be coming through with new information steadily. So, you know, I'd rather be nowhere else than building this business right now. So then I get this done and I can have more fun building the next part of it. So this is really just the start of it. Alright, going back to the LLM. Gemini saying, yeah, it's really generic compared to the tools I've spent weeks hardening. Build the dashboard first, then the Elite Suite. Okay. The hub needs to connect to nodes. If I wait until the Elite Suite is done, I'll have a mountain of data to organize. Doing it now hooks up the work I've already finished. That makes sense. Plus, I feel like the Elite Suite stuff isn't really as important to be on the dashboard. Saying the best place to start would be the path section. The Elite Suite is a different beast. gonna be very math heavy and complex. So their reasoning was it's much easier to add a new elite card to a high quality dashboard than it is to build the dashboard around a complex bot architect later. I told this music not to have any words, so I gotta change that real quick. Okay, building the dashboard now is like cleaning the house before I bring in a new massive piece of furniture. Should be the Elite Suite. It gives me a sense of accomplishments to see all the Pro Lab work finally reflected on the front page. Alright, yeah, let's start with this dashboard. And you're saying you think it's best to start with your path getting started. And I know you mentioned starting with the, the log or the journal. But basically, I'm thinking it should start with the free academy. Like the Investor's Edge is the first step, the time machine. And, I'll probably be adding stuff later depending on what users ask for. So I'm guessing that'll be pretty easy. If I add stuff later, it can just add steps into the path. Also, like, how about making this like, better for UI? Like, it's just a line, but I want it to be like more of a path. The name of the project is InvestaPath. So how about having this line match? Let me know more information you might need. Do you need to know more about like the Investor's Edge game, more about the time machine, more about the real-time paper trading in the log? And anything else you might need to know so I can get started with the flow. I feel like I gotta change this music up. It's not feeling this right now. Try something new. I'm gonna see what this is all about. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna sit down. Slept wrong and strained my neck. Got my head tilted. Everybody's looking at me like, what the heck is wrong with you? I'm just like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just flowing. Keep stretching. Anyway, yeah, so Yeah, I like this. I like this. Do like levels 1 through 3 of Investor's Edge, then do 1 week on the time machine, then do like a few more levels and do another week on the time machine. Instead of just doing like the whole game and then going to the time machine. Yeah, I like your idea on, not just doing the whole game and then going right to the time machine. I like the idea of like doing the first 3 levels, then trying the time machine at least once, and beat the S&P 500 at least one time before you go to the next few levels. Probably like levels 1 through 3, then beat the time machine, then go to levels, the next 2 or 3 levels, and then beat the time machine again. And then, I guess, when you're done, like, beat the time machine again. But also, the main thing I think I want to add in is like, I want to have not a, like, the coach is going to be with the Pro Lab, the paid tier. But with the free tier, I want to do something that's like a guide. From what I understand, I shouldn't need an LLM, or if I do, it would be like super basic. But it's basically like a guide that's, I don't know if it's going to be like a pop up window. Um, but I'm thinking this guide would go with the path. And for the path, I don't want to do an S curve. I'm thinking more of like, like a winding road, or even like some kind of like winding, not a road, but like a path, like a winding path that goes up a mountain, like switchbacks up the mountain, something like that. All about the switchbacks from mountain biking. But yeah, so I'm thinking like that should be kind of like linked with the path on the dashboard. But at the same time with that, like with the free part, I don't know like if I should be creating an account. So is it gonna remember people if they're just using the free part? I think, taking everything I said into consideration, the main first question I have is like, what do you think about doing accounts for the free part? From what I understand, like the dashboard costs money. I'm just trying to keep the cost for the free tier down if thousands of people are using it. I don't want to get a big bill. At least not right now. Once I start making more profit with it, then I can like, add more value for free. But yeah, for right now, let me know what you think. Like, yeah. 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 Saying yeah all the time, like Little John from Robin Hood. Great strategic pivot using switchbacks as the visual metaphor for Investipath is perfect. Use local storage instead of a database for the free tier. It's free. Okay, but it's just as long as they're logged in, so it won't like start over when they come back again, but that's fine. Yeah, I definitely like your ideas about doing local for free users, and the mountain thing sounds cool to me with the guide. So basically, like, you know, it's guiding you to the top of the mountain. The one thing, or at least the main thing I noticed that you're talking about is, you know, beat the S&P 500 in a bear market. Well, it's like a random generator, so it generates random years, so I guess, like, it doesn't really, like, you can't, for how I have it now, I don't think you can have it go straight to a bear market. But you know, maybe that's possible. But I guess, you know, the other option would be just beat it a few times or just play it until you actually beat it in a bear market. And I would imagine there's some way to, you know, wire it up so it can recognize whether you beat it in a bull market or a bear market. So basically, you know, I could get these folders too for where some of these things are located, but from what I understand, that shouldn't be necessary. I should just be able to tell Claude the name of the feature and it should know what to do. For framer motion, I don't know if I've ever used that before, but whatever you think is best to make the mountain part. And, you know, I would imagine this should be like the main feature of the dashboard. So like this part of the dashboard should be bigger than everything else, I'm thinking, and it should be like, you know, the first place a user's eyes are going to see, which from what I understand about like UI flow, that would be like the top left of the screen. But let me know if you're thinking something else. Anything you think I left out, any extra questions you need to know, let me know where we're at right now. And basically, just to confirm, it sounds like you're saying do the dashboard part of the path part first, then do the guide part. So then like that guide part will be linked up with the dashboard, so like the whole site will be linked up to the guide and to the dashboard, and they will all kind of like work together. Let me know how it goes. What is up, mid? Shashir Ahmed, pick up yourself every time. Massive respect. I'm building Investapath. It is the tool that is going to be able to take anyone from a beginner investor or someone who doesn't know anything about investing to, I would say, a winning investor in the shortest amount of time possible, to financial freedom, to having your money work for you. And it's all free. I got a free tier. Basically, you can do most of the learning on the free tier. Setting up the kind of like the user journey with a guide. It's InvestaPath, so it's all, I'm a mountain person, so I'm designing it so it's like all about, like, you know, taking you up the mountain on the path from nothing to something. Alright, so the plan has come together with a real mountain biking spirit. The switchback path is the perfect metaphor for investing. It's not a straight line to the top, it's about managing the turns and staying on the trail. And avoiding mountain lions and moose. And people going down the wrong way down the trail. Yeah, it's the breakdown of the Switchback Summit. This music, I don't know. Seafarer's Hornpipe Song. Or that's like the name of the group. No, I think Guardians of Glory might be better. Alright. Talking about the criteria for a bear market is the S&P dropping by more than 20%, but I think just have it any time where the S&P is like in the negative. Okay, yeah, the main thing I think I want to change is I don't want it to be like about mountain biking. I want it to be just like, you know, I guess hiking, but it shouldn't really be anything about whether you're hiking or biking. It should just be like following the path. And let's see, I think also too, you're talking about a bear market being any year where the S&P dropped more than 20%. I think that's kind of rare, and it might take a while to find that. So I'm thinking like lower the criteria to a bear market being any year where the S&P just didn't make a profit, because essentially that would be a bear market as far as I'm concerned. As for the you know, the box or the bubble that's going to be like the guide, Yeah, you know, when a person opens the dashboard, like there should be that guide, but I think also I would want to have that guide like in everything for the free tier. So, you know, the guide can be, you know, when they finish, you know, like a level on the Investor's Edge game, maybe it can give them some like, you know, personalized advice on each level, like, you know, what they didn't understand, and like, you know, give them like more clarification about that based on the answers they got wrong. If they didn't get anything wrong, just, you know, tell them they're doing good and to keep going, that they already understand it. But yeah, basically I think that the guide should be like a bubble, or even like you know, I don't know how detailed I want to get with this, and I can probably change it later if I change it from like a bubble to like, you know, like a Sherpa person or something like that. But it sounds like that's not something I should be, you know, I'm just like trying to get the basics of it down. Like I could probably change that later. Let me know what you think, and just getting everything dialed in to start step one. So, Nasu, welcome to the show. Pick up yourself every time, massive respect. And is Node.js the backend and front end in one? Like you do API calls and serve the front end. Uh, so yeah, I mean, I'm not working on the back end separate from the front end. Like, I mean, I guess at times I am, but for the most part, like it's updating the front end when I'm working on the back end. Next.js, from what I understand, like, you know, I'm still a beginner. I've been doing this like 2 months now. But from what I understand, like, yeah, no, Next.js is basically like the whole project. Or Node. Oh, yeah, I was thinking, so I was thinking Next.js. For Node.js, that is a good question. And API calls, yeah, I don't have any API. Well, I have the free API for crypto, but it's not actual API key. And I will have some APIs like for the stock market and stuff, but I'm just putting those APIs in at the end. This is just all mock data right now. But yeah, that's a good question, and let me get some more clarification on that real quick. Someone in the comments is asking me a question I'm not really clear on. They're saying, is Node.js the backend and frontend in this project? Like, do I do API calls and serve the front end? And I'm not quite sure I 100% understand the question. Can you answer that for me? Okay, yeah, so it's kind of a, you know, not like a cut and dry, not a clear answer, but Node.js is the engine that builds and runs the project. It isn't necessarily the backend in the traditional sense yet. So Node.js wears two hats: the architect for development. Node's running the Vite build tool, taking all of the React code, CSS, and TypeScript, serving it to the browser so I can see the app. When I eventually deploy this to the web, Node.js environment will likely be what serves the finished files to the user's phones and computers. Do I do API calls right now? No. Currently the app is client-side app. All lives inside the user's browser. Like a game console where the disk is already inserted, doesn't need to call a server to figure out if a candle is bullish or bearish. But once I start building So yeah, once I get the API calls in, it will send a message to AI. So yeah, basically, like right now it's not, but then once I finish it, that makes more sense. I think that was what was confusing me. So I'm thinking like, no, it's not yet, but okay. So Node.js is basically the bridge that handles the conversation between the front end and an AI, like LLM connection. There we go. No doubt. Thank you. That helped me understand it better too. So yeah, thank you for that question. That was a real good question. All right. All right, I like everything about that prompt, except I want to add, like, I feel like there should be a mountain. So, like, the switchback trail is going up a mountain. So, like, you know, you're not going to be able to see the whole trail, but you can tell, like, you know, like, it's on a mountain. So to, like, give the user, like, an idea that they're moving up. So yeah, basically create a new prompt with keeping that in mind. Let me know, I'm guessing this is going to be in plan mode. So I would want to add something to that prompt to, you know, well, yeah, I feel like this is not a big deal. Like, I'm thinking, like, I was going to first say add something to, like, build it in plan mode, build the plan MD, and then I'll just build it, like, step by step in the terminal. But I'm thinking this really shouldn't, you know, be that complicated of a thing. So, like, I don't even know if it needs a plan MD. I could just do it in, like, you know, let me know if it should be in medium effort or max effort. And, you know, anything else that maybe I'm not considering. But yeah, go ahead and rewrite that prompt. And explain to me, you know, anything based on what I just said that might be helpful. Sounds like a plan. It's like a plan to me. Yeah, I'm getting way better on these workflows too. Seeing how, like, you know, I don't even really need like a really concrete plan when I'm building stuff. That's just so awesome about this. I can kind of like build it as I go and just stay in the flow, and getting better know when you know, when my mental context is done for the day, where to start, where to end. Because the trend is your friend until the very end. So yeah, basically like yesterday, you know, I didn't really know where it was going to go, but I knew I was going to build like the main, at least the first main feature for the paid tier. I got that done quicker than I thought, so then I built the second main feature. And when I was starting to get done with that, you know, I could have like done more, but I could tell like, you know, my mind was, you know, the context was running out. I was needed a break and everything, so that was like the perfect time to end on a win and start fresh with like a new section. So yeah, I'm definitely knowing like you know, when I'm tired trying to like start a new feature or section of a project is really not a good idea. More likely to find bugs and stuff. I feel like it's better to, you know, finish some sections, take a break, kind of rest and meditate on like where I want to go next with it, and then start fresh with like, you know, a new feature part. And you know, it's just like the context window, you know, like try to keep the context low. By the time I hit like 20 to 30%, I want to be refreshing the context to start something new. Claude works better. I guess all the AIs work better when the context is fresh. And just like, you know, just like the human brain. So it's like vibe coding for my brain, talking about all the abundance stuff too. It's all tied together. You know, the more value you create, the more value you will receive in return. So basically, you know, if you're trying to build something that you're going to monetize, don't focus on, you know, and this is just business knowledge in general. Focus on creating value, and then the money will come. Don't focus on like what you think can make you the most money. Focus on your unique skills. Focus on what you want to build, what you enjoy doing, and what way you personally feel like you can provide more value than other people. This is all about providing value. It's all about helping other people receive a transformation. In this case, transformation to financial freedom, transformation so people learn how to have their money work for them, and demystify the whole idea of investing. Show people, you know, with minimal training that I'm providing is all they really need to get started. They can do it for free on the free tier. They don't need to like pay. But if they do, so I got the paid tier, and I think people will realize like once they start to learn that the paid tier will be totally worth it, because just the coaching feature alone on the paid tier, having a 24/7 coach, I mean, that's like for investing, that's going to be like, you know, at least like I'm thinking like $500 to $1,000 a month. So, you know, I'm offering that for, I don't know the price yet, probably like somewhere between $10 and $20 a month. And definitely trying to make it so people are getting at least 10 times the value of what they're paying for, if not like 100 times. But yeah, at least 10 times the value of what they're paying for. And I'm trying to have a free tier that is better than any other free investing, I guess, course or journey available. Done a lot of research, a lot of this stuff. A lot of what I'm offering in the free tier is stuff that people have for like a course that's like, you know, more than $100. And the courses, I feel like those courses are, you know, that it's more like, you know, you just watching a course, and you're not going to learn as well as if you're actually, you know, doing this in real life, and you're actually actually building and learning and playing the game. And you'll learn way more from doing that. So yeah, give thanks that vibe coding exists, so we can go build all these awesome tools to uplift people, provide transformations that are not available in the past. So all done. Check it out. Yeah, it's not a very good mountain. And there's like 2 mountains, and it's like path like jumps to the other mountain. Okay, so I just want to change that real quick. Alright, so Claude created some looks like more like a triangle than a mountain. But anyways, there's like 2 mountains, like one is kind of overlapping the other, but the path kind of like jumps from one mountain to the other. I want it just to be one mountain. And you know, what I'm thinking is like, the free tier is not gonna take people to the top of the mountain. The free tier, I'm thinking, should take people like halfway up the mountain. And then, like, you know, they would need to get the paid tier to really, like, you know, trade in real time. What do you think about everything I just said? Gonna do max effort on this one. So you get max effort on Claude. It's just dash effort space max. So it's basically gonna do like more thinking, because I don't like on medium effort how to design that. So I wanted to think harder before it builds it this time. Yeah, that's 53.2k tokens for 53 seconds. What's going on with that? I think it must have been because I had to find the tool to make it better for the UI. See, I got this doing max effort. The first step it did was to explore, find user tier slash pro system, and it said 26 tool uses, 53.2k tokens in 53 seconds. I'm just trying to have a better understanding of like what it did there, what you think it did, why it took 53.2k tokens. That seems like a lot for what I'm like usually doing when I'm building stuff. Help me to explain that. Also, it says Control plus O to expand. Yeah, basically, it had to read through a bunch of files to get the information it needed. And it's in max effort mode, so it's like don't take shortcuts, read everything relevant. But yeah, if it gets it right, it's worth it. Well, 53k tokens sounds like a lot. It's actually a good sign for this specific task. It requires a lot of spatial reasoning. Measure twice, cut once. Yeah, so if it gets it right, then it's totally worth it. If it gets it all crazy wrong again, then kind of a waste. But at least I'll learn something. Yeah, like that first step took 53 seconds, 53,000 tokens. The next step has been almost 10 minutes and it's been not even 3,000 tokens, so Still working on that last prompt. Looking at the dashboard, how it made it right now. The journey with the mountain is it's on the left, but it's like right below the portfolio value, today's P&L, open positions, win rate. You know, I'm hoping that, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to like change it. It shouldn't need to like rewrite the logic and everything like that just to like change his position on the dashboard. Also, like in regards to having this set up for, you know, like mobile and tablet. I didn't do anything about that yet, but I definitely want to make sure that everything's good with that. So, like, any advice you have right now for those questions would be helpful. Moving the mountain is much easier than building it. Alright, so I don't think I've given it any instructions yet on the mountain guide bubble. And you got something in there on the prompt. But yeah, I think everything else looks good as far as like how it's going to be organized with the different you know, like tablet and mobile and desktop. Also too, you know, I'm thinking that the best way to do this would be to make it so like if a person's using the paid tier, well, I guess no, because free tier would only take them halfway up the mountain. Paid tier, the ProLab paid tier should take them, I'm thinking, to the top, or like almost to the top, and then the Elite Suite, the AI Bot Architect, should like be like, you know, the last small step to get to the top of the mountain. But yeah, just kind of putting that out there right now. Let me know what you think. Yo, Cryador, respect every time, big up yourself, feeling pretty good. How about you? Doing what I got to do, making this dashboard come through. So it's making the user journey. Basically, invest a path to financial freedom, invest a path up the mountain. Coding the, show you what the mountain looked like first. Not looking very good. So yeah, I built this first mountain on medium effort with a pretty simple prompt. And yeah, that was a start. Got a better idea for how I want it from making this, like, you know, not very good looking mountain. So now I'm doing a max effort prompt to make the mountain better. Changing it from 2 mountains to 1. You can see the path kind of like jumps from one mountain to the other. Plus, the free tier shouldn't take people to the top of the mountain. Free tier is going to take people like halfway up. Then the paid tier is going to take people to the top. Top of the top. Climb and don't drop. And that trail right here doesn't even look like switchbacks anyway. Yes, this would be the AI final boss. Oh, looks like it just updated. Definitely looking better. Still, that's like more of a triangle, not like a mountain. Mountain should be like more jagged, I feel like. Wider at the bottom, but yeah, not a big deal. The trail, it's like straight lines, but it should be more like switchback. So I'm going to take a screenshot of where the mountain is now. It definitely looks better, but not much better. Just need to be more specific until I get it right. Before I give it that next prompt, like for the guide, or not the guide, but the mobile and everything like that, the different views, I'm gonna copy and paste a screenshot of the new mountain, the way it looks, and yeah, it still looks like more like a triangle. It doesn't really look like a mountain. The path is like you know, taking people for the free tier about like 3/4 of the way up, and then on the top it says Summit Pro Lab. But no, the Pro Lab should be like halfway up, and the top Summit should be Elite Suite. But yeah, basically you'll be able to see like the trail is not like a switchback. A switchback kind of like goes sideways and then like curves around. So that way there's a lot more space that like it can do more stops before it gets halfway up. This is not like a realistic trail up a mountain at all. And also any kind of like, I guess like advice you have about like making the mountain look more realistic. I know like we said to add a cloud like halfway up, but you know, from what I see, that doesn't look like a cloud to me. If I didn't know that was supposed to be a cloud, I wouldn't even think that that was a cloud. But yeah, you know, I don't want to like, I guess it also like probably doesn't have to be perfect right now, but yeah, let me know what you think. I'll be right back. Alright, this should look better. We'll see. I was just wondering too, what do you think, like, with UI stuff like this? Like, would it be better to, like, build something like this in, like, Google Stitch and then transfer it over, or does it not really matter since I've, like, done the main part of the UI for now with Stitch? And also too, like, I guess I could always, like, upgrade it later, so just want to make it look good for now, because right now it's looking bad. Okay, yeah, so basically it's saying, like, Google Stitch matters more for static elements like button cards and menus, but for something like a dynamic mountain path, doing it directly in Claude Code is actually smarter. Yeah, the main thing is because, like, the mountain is, like, wired into, like, the path and the different stops on the mountain are wired into the logic of the app. That's like the same prompt it already gave me. Alright, so, like, once it's done building it, what is next? Do I need to, like, wire it up so that it matches with, like, so it can tell when a user completes a certain part in the free tier? I guess just help me understand how this all works together. And when you think I should be doing an audit? Looks like for source for Git, it's on 9 changes right now. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I'd rather have like Codex do the audit. If you think that's better, I'm guessing it would be because then like Codex would be able to find something Claude might have missed. So if you agree to have Codex do the audit and Claude do the fixes, go ahead and rewrite that prompt. I gotta try this new channel. You know, get in the mountain mindset. I've definitely seen people up in the mountains blasting this kind of music, doing some yodeling while they're skiing down the mountain. I'm like, where else would you see something like that? And yeah, you know, definitely like I didn't even know I was gonna be building this part of the app today. This is just inspiration from climbing earlier. It's almost getting to be muddy season in the mountain. The mountains, they don't have spring, summer, fall, and winter. They got winter. And then they got the muddy season. Then they got summer. And it pretty much goes straight back to winter. Alright, I can't even take this music anymore. If I wasn't from the mountains, then why would I be wearing this hat? All right, let's see. No. No, that looks even worse than before. Okay. Clouds and everything. Yeah, it's just, it's awful. I'm gonna get some more info on this. I think maybe I tried to have it do too much at once. But yeah, let's see. Do another screenshot and get Gemini's thoughts first. Okay, I guess I was going too far on like the audit. Gotta get the mountain done first. What it created now is like even worse. Like there's definitely like certain aspects of it that look better, but I mean it's like one side of it is like caving in on itself. And it looks really bad. I'm gonna attach a screenshot. Let me know why you think it's like having such a tough time like getting this right. You know, I think right now like I don't need to make it so perfect. I just need to make it like more realistic of a mountain looking. I'm guessing adding all the clouds and stuff is really what like messed it up, having to try to do too much at once. So I think this time what I want to try to do is like just focus on the shape of the mountain. Let me know what you think based on the screenshot. Yeah, what the... It's like Gemini knows. These other LLMs know. Like they get it. If you ask Claude to do too much at once, it's gonna mess up, but they're always trying to like add extra stuff. So I gotta be the one to run it, and I gotta manage it. See, again, it's trying to add in the path. Alright, so you understand that trying to have it do too many things at once is what's causing the problem, and you're in this prompt, you're having it add the path in. So what do you think? How about we just have it create the mountain shape first, and then we do prompts to like add the path and anything else after that. Saying I'm 100% right. Call this atomic building. So yeah, if you're trying to build something, do it piece by piece, otherwise Claude's gonna get crazy. Alright, let's try this now. Let's see, I spent all those tokens on the first build that didn't even work. So yeah, I learned a good lesson. But still, I'm guessing that was nothing in compared to like what my limit is. I'm about to double check. Oh yeah, only like not even 10%, 9% used. So I still got 89% I mean 91% left for the next 3 hours almost. Yeah, I'm good. Consciousness is the fundamental reality, and the separate self is an illusion. That is be the teaching of today. Oh, there we go. It's done. Come on now. Do the same thing again. It's not a mountain. Mountains do not do that. It would fall over. Okay. I think instead of building the new mountain this time, I'm just gonna have it try to fix this part of the mountain and see how that works. Alright, so like this time it's like it like rebuilt the mountain, but it looks the exact same as before. And then it just like took all the like extra stuff off. So I'm getting a better idea of how this thinks how to build and how it's like how well it works for building mountains, I guess. But this time what I want to try to do is instead of like recreating the mountain, how about we just try to fix what's wrong with this one? It's just got that like that gap in it on the side, on the one side of it. Doesn't look like a real mountain. Mountains don't do that. So it's like one side of the mountain looks right and the other side is wrong. Hopefully you understand what I'm talking about. Let's try this time just giving it a prompt so it can just not create a new mountain, but just fix this mountain so that it is both sides look right. Let me know what you think. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, actually, I'm going to try this in medium effort. See if that helps. Maybe it was just overthinking. Like, to me, I would think this would be easy. But it seems like it's much easier for Claude to do like complex mathematical equations than stuff like this. Same thing. Well, I think I got it right. It's right and left side switched up, so interesting. Still having the same problem. It's like it kind of made the one side look better. I changed it to medium effort too. It finished it really quick, but it's still the same problem. I think it might have got its, you know, I told it to fix like one side, like the right side, but maybe it got its left and right switched up, because it seems like it only changed the side that was already good and it made it worse, and didn't change the side that was bad. So create a new prompt. Do you think I should still use medium effort? Let me know. I think I got stuck. Since Gemini is stuck, I'm gonna just try this directly with Claude this time. Alright, it seems like you fixed the wrong side of the mountain. So one side of the mountain, it's like there's like a gap in it, like it's like going into itself. Basically, like, it shouldn't be symmetrical, but like it should look more like a mountain with like just like the, you know, like the rocky like ridges on the side. Shouldn't have a big like gap like cutting into the middle of it. So yeah, please fix this mountain so it looks more like actually a mountain, not like some random shape. Try this. That looks way more realistic. Kind of looks more like a Christmas tree. Dude, that Christmas song came on and then it like does this, but this is good enough for now. Anyway, the best looking I got just from me giving the prompt to Claude by myself. Okay. Okay, so I just gave Claude a prompt, and it definitely looks a lot better. Still, like, you know, I feel like I could make it a lot better, but I can do that later. I think for now I just want to, like, you know, get this done and keep moving through the project. Learned a lot about, you know, creating shapes with Claude. But basically, what do you think? Add the path part of it next. So it's like a switchback going up the mountain. And, you know, it'll be showing that the Pro Lab is like halfway up the mountain, and then the Elite Suite is at the very top. Let me know what you think, and create a prompt for this next part, and what effort you think I should use. Sounds like medium effort is good. It's just basically going to overlay it on the mountain. I liked how it had the kind of like a flashing circle before, showing like where it was. And I also think it'd be better if it doesn't show like the entire path. If the path is like, you know, like once you do the step, then it like creates the path to the next step. Let me know what you think. If this is possible, if everything I'm saying is possible, go ahead and write a prompt. What's up, Jobby D? Pick up yourself every time. Doing good. Today the agenda is doing the dashboard and the guide for the free tier, wiring it all up together. Starting with the mountain, which is going to be the path. Learned a lot about building shapes with Claude. This mountain was really difficult for it to understand how to do, but yeah, definitely got it like good enough to where it's looking actually more like a mountain. I think this path doesn't really look like a switchback though, it's just kind of like it's going sideways too far up. Should really like go to the side and then like switch around like that. Because really, let's see, we're gonna have like maybe like at least 4 or 5 different stops to get halfway up, and this is like one, and so okay, so I get it. Going back to the LLM. Okay, so basically, the pulsing circle has a square around it. I want to get rid of that. The path does not really look like a switchback. It's going too far up just to get to the first stop. You know, I'm guessing just the free tier is gonna have at least like 3 or 4 stops, right? The first one is doing levels like 1 through 3 of the game. Then it would be like a mission on the time machine just to beat the S&P 500 one time. Then do like the next 3 levels on the game. Then play the time machine until you beat the S&P on a bear market. Then do like the next few levels of the game. And then maybe like another random kind of like goal for the time machine, maybe using like indicators, certain indicators based on like the levels that have been passed. Then I'm thinking like finish the game, the Investor's Edge game. Then I'm thinking like maybe like the good last level for the free tier would be beat the S&P 500 like 2 times in a row for the time machine. Let me know what you think. I'll attach a screenshot based on like what I see right now too. Alright, so I noticed in this prompt you got the shape for the path to be wide zigzags. Thinking more like switchbacks. Maybe Claude doesn't understand what switchbacks are. But, you know, zigzags have like pointed, I guess, edge. Switchbacks, you know, are more like a curve. But yeah, you're right. It should just go like from one side of the mountain, almost like not all the way to like the edge of the mountain, but like almost to the edge, and more straight with like very little incline, and then like curve around to do like the next the next part of the path to the other side of the mountain. And like each stop on the mountain will be like from on like an edge of the mountain. So yeah, recreate that prompt based on what I just told you. You usually use Gemini Pro to give Claude instructions on how to make shapes. Yeah, I'm using Gemini, but I don't think it's Pro. I'm not sure actually. But yeah, definitely using Gemini. But also too at the same time, like Gemini was messing up with the original. Like I had to try that, just like the outline of the mountain. I had to give it like 3 or 4 prompts. And the first few were from Gemini and it was like really messing up. And then I just like manually told Claude like, you know, how to fix it, like to make it better, and it worked. It looked way more like a mountain than any of the other shapes that it did. But yeah, I was making some crazy shapes at first. I thought this was gonna be like one prompt, super easy, and definitely was doing it in max effort first. Max effort was not very good. Max effort costed a lot of tokens and took a long time, and wasn't any better than what I was doing with medium effort. But yeah, definitely good course in like understanding how to make, you know, some kind of like shape like this with Claude. I was asking, you know, maybe it would be easier to do this in something like Stitch, and it was like, no, Stitch is more about like buttons and stuff like that. You know, if you're trying to make a random shape, it's better just to use Claude. So what are you doing? Head 3, big up yourself every time. Working on the dashboard. That looks way better. Not bad. Just kind of slept wrong. Neck is kind of cramped, but still able to go rock climbing today, so it's not that bad. But still, that's why my neck's kind of like that. But that just comes and goes, I guess, with life. So yeah, what were you having mixed feelings on? In regards to what? You have no skin left. I'm thinking that must be. Is that a typo? Yeah, I don't really. I'm guessing you mean something else, but okay. All right, so this is definitely looking way better with the trail. Thinking I'll show them base camp. It should show like what the first goal is. Oh, damn, bro. That's what you meant. No skin on your hands for climbing. Yeah, man. I always see like on those climbs, man. You'll see like blood on the wall, and it's just like, dude, what? Like, tape up your hands, dude. But yeah, man. All you can really do is just tape up your hands, man. As soon as you see, gotta tape it up before it gets that bad, dude. Like, look, man. I'm good. I'm climbing all day. Also, get your technique better, bro. You go like grabbing the holds too quick, letting your hand slide. Be really deliberate when you're grabbing each hold. Don't just like slap it. Like, just be real deliberate. Grab it. As soon as you see your hand starting to rip up, wrap it in tape. Oh, you don't use tape? Well, I don't know how to help you then, man. Yeah, definitely rip up your hands like that. You won't be climbing too much longer. Over time too, your hands just callous up, so. But anyways, yeah, anyway, so back to the path. Yeah, I want to put the first step needs to be somewhere. Like, where do I write it? Okay, yeah, that trail's looking better. I'll attach another screenshot, and basically I'm thinking, like, you know, it doesn't show like what the first step is. So, like, you know, the first step is to play like levels 1 through 3, and I don't see it saying that anywhere on the dashboard. What do you think? Should it be like an overlay on the mountain? Do you think I should have a box next to it that like shows what explains each step? Let me know what you think. Just talking to Gemini right now. Oh yeah, screenshot. Maybe just a lot of climbing on hard rock. Well, yeah, I think you're probably the only climber I've ever met that does not use tape and just lets your hands get ripped up. But that's up to you if that's what you want to do. What, were you climbing outdoors? You're very, very addicted to climbing. Well, if you want to climb more, man, you gotta take care of your hands, so I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, just a last resort, okay. Well, yeah, hopefully you heal up, man, because it makes it hard to climb when your hands are ripped up. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do a box. I'm gonna try putting in like a speech bubble. That'll be like above where the circle is, where the climber is. So you can see like we got this circle right here. I'm gonna put in a speech bubble. Well, I guess you can't see it because picture's over it, but yeah, we'll do that. Create a floating speech bubble or glass morphism card. It's got to be one or the other. Your prompt says create a speech bubble or glass morphism card. Mean it should be one or the other, right? Like, I don't want to confuse Claude. I don't know, I'm thinking the speech bubble would probably be better. So yeah, let's try that first. Create a new prompt where it's not confusing about which one you want to use. Just create a prompt for the speech bubble. Do I have Codex sub? Oh, subscription. Yeah, I do. And I only use it for auditing, so I only need the basic, like the $20 subscription. And I've not run out of usage just doing auditing with Codex. And also I have Claude. I just have Codex do the audit and find the bugs, mistakes, whatever you call it, and then I have Claude do the fixing. Why do you think it's better to use Codex in another window? Basically, I've got OpenAI did a recent, I don't know if you call it upgrade, but they made it so I can have Codex work in the Claude, work with Claude Code. So I can just like tell Claude to have Codex do an audit, and I don't need to go to the other window. So it seems like that's better, like quicker workflow. But I don't know if maybe I'm missing something. So you're talking about Gemini would be your last choice for critical thinking. Gemini is like a toy, it's not a player in the agentic game. Oh yeah, I mean Gemini is pretty good at brainstorming stuff. I think Gemini gets like straighter to the point. Doesn't repeat itself as much. And the main thing is when I do have more complex questions, I go and I run it across GPT and Claude LLMs, including Gemini. But for the most part, Gemini seems to just be better with like simple things. And I feel like that text is too small. I feel like that text in the speech bubble is too small. Start by making it like 3 times bigger, and then we can go from there. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's good to hear what you think. Yeah, it's definitely like some people find some models better than others, and I think it's just kind of like everybody thinks differently, and different models work better for different people. But yeah, I think that's a good thing. I should definitely revert to like other models for more questions instead of, I've gotten pretty just more comfortable with Gemini, so I find myself using the other ones less and less for LLM. But I think for me it's Gemini. Claude is like just right behind Gemini. Claude is definitely better for like if I was going to be having it do like writing or some kind of like, you know, copywriting, marketing, content, stuff like that, I would definitely pick Claude. Just asking simple questions, I think Gemini is just much quicker for like less reading, getting straight to the point. Just the flow is better for me. Alright, so we're going to check out the new text. Yeah, that's way better. Take a picture, see what Gemini thinks. Just attached a screenshot that shows the bubble with the text. At first, I felt like it was way too small. Said to make it 3 times bigger. I don't know, maybe this is too big. Let me know what you think based on like a design standpoint from the screenshot. Yeah, I think Gemini thinks it's too big. I do too. Yeah, so sequential thinking, I have, from what I understand, sequential thinking is like you just add that in like the prompt, right? Um, it's not like a command that you give to Claude, so like a max effort command, right? Because I have given it some prompts and telling it to use sequential thinking, and yeah, it's definitely like from the research I did on that, it said it's not good for everything. But yeah, I want to actually like, why don't I go into that better right now? So, oh, it's an MCP server. Okay, that's why. All right, so yeah, let me see. So I've had multiple people mention to me to use sequential thinking. When I tried to implement sequential thinking before, you just basically like added it to the prompt saying use sequential thinking, and I didn't know much of a difference. But apparently, it seems like it's an MCP server. Can you explain to me like what that would do when I hook up that MCP server for sequential thinking into Claude, and especially like how it would impact this project I'm working on? So here's how sequential thinking changes the game. Does logic pre-checking. So that should like reduce bugs a lot. Okay. Just that alone makes me want to hook this up. Okay, yeah, I will definitely make like my fourth and final note for sequential thinking, but this time I will add the MCP part. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I think I'm not gonna hook it up like right now, but I'll hook it up in between now and the next stream. And I mean, so far I've been able to like build it without it, but yeah, I can see how the main feature of it is gonna be like more careful about creating bugs. So you notice the main thing is less prompts to build something with sequential thinking. Yeah, I can't wait to try it. I'll notice like getting a lot better at, you know, knowing when to use medium effort and max effort. That's definitely helping a lot. So like sequential thinking sounds like logically the next step. And I also got to make sure that I'm like only using the MCPs that I actually need for each like project. Because from what I understand, it takes up a lot of tokens and context. If I just leave all my MCPs working all the time. Alright, so let's see. If I never hit caps before, then why would I ever not be using max effort? It's because some things are really simple to do, and when I use max effort, it would take it like 10 minutes, and that's not necessary. Mainly the extra time, I guess. So like mainly the simpler changes that I make, I can use medium effort, and it seems to do like the same thing that I would do in max effort, but it takes like 1 or 2 minutes instead of like 10. So that is the reason. Alright, I think this looks a lot better, but there's still like a gap in the box. So I'm going to give this a screenshot. But yeah, thank you every time, because you're helping me, teaching me a lot, and just keep getting better every day. And definitely I'll implement the MCP for tomorrow. The caveman skill. I gotta check that one out. Take a note for that. Definitely caveman vibes with the whole mountain theme of today. Right. Just attach a screenshot of like the new fix, and yeah, I guess the text is better now, but the box could be smaller. Seems like there's like a gap. The text is only filling up like half the box. Let me know what you think from the screenshot. So 22.4 million tokens used in the last 7 days. Yeah, I've definitely not used that many in 7 days before. Probably not even half that much. You've been running 100+ agents at a time? Wow. That's I see people doing 6, and that sounds like confusing to me, because the main thing is like, if you're running that many agents, you gotta really be careful about them, like, you know, writing to the same code. So from what I've been hearing, it's like I gotta understand like the developing side better for how to run multiple agents, so that I'm not creating problems by having agents like override each other. So you're designing a system to handle the blockers. Oh, it's like a system to delegate according to the plan so it doesn't like overwrite each other. Javi's talking about even 7 is 7 can be a little bit too much, or not, maybe not too much, but a lot more managing with just 7. So like 100 plus, like, man, that's, guess you could definitely build a lot faster. But yeah, that sounds very Anthropic's building the same system. They already leaked it in their code base. The end goal, no human required. Yeah, I feel like it's far from that because there's so many things it doesn't understand that I feel like it needs a human in the loop. Especially a human that understands like the niche you're trying to build for. Like I'm just trying to think, you know, like I understand investing, so I can tell where it's messing up. If I didn't understand investing, it would be doing a lot of stuff that like wouldn't make sense, and I would not know that. So like if I was having it like, think of some like topic I don't know anything about. If I was having to do like, I don't know. If I was having to do some topic I don't know anything about, it would definitely be telling me stuff and I wouldn't know if it was right or wrong. And I can tell, like, I would build stuff and then people would use it and then they'd be like, what's going on with this? This is wrong. But I wouldn't know. Alright, finish that. Just shrunk the text. Shrunk the whole thing. Just gonna go directly to Claude. Alright, so you shrunk the text and the box. I just wanted you to make it so there was no extra space in the box, or at least not like too much extra space. Text was only taking up half the box before. Now the text is too small. I want you to double the size of the text and make it so that it fits in the box with just like, you know, a little bit of like a tiny gap between like the edges of the box. The human in the loop is the system you're trying to build. Half the system is the research protocols. Needs to be able to, as closely as possible, deduce what is logical from what is prompted combined with the research. It's never going to be perfect, but it can get a lot of the distance done automatically. And then Javi's talking about paperclip. I remember I heard about paperclip. Paperclip's good for managing more agents. So I'm going to take a note down about paperclip. But yeah, I think I get what you guys are both saying. Like, that's where this is going in the future. And it's still not perfect, but should be getting better over time. Let's see. Yeah, I heard about that Mythos. Like the next level. That's definitely like 3 times bigger. It's like back where I started. Okay. Okay, now the text looks like it's like 3 times bigger. So it's like covering up other text on the mountain. I want you to try from where it is right now, cut the text down to half the size, also center it in the box. Seems like it's kind of like aligned to one side. I want it to be centered, and I want it to make sure that it's not like covering any of the labels on the mountain. So yeah, Anthropic probably has it all working, but it's just not like ready to ship. I believe that. Then you know, like, this brings me to like a good kind of question, I guess. What do you guys think of building tools for like vibe coding or agentic coding or whatever you want to call it? Because the way I see it is like, if you build a good tool, I mean, don't you, and people start using it, I feel like you're competing with like Claude Code, and Claude Code will see that like people want to do that, people want to use that tool, and they'll just go build it themselves, and they'll probably just be able to build it like better and cheaper. But let me know what you guys think. If there's like a good business, if you think there's like good business opportunity in building tools that help you manage vibe coding agents, stuff like that. Yeah, this looks way better. Alright, I feel like the mountain is pretty good. It's good enough for right now, at least. Thinking the audit is probably the next step. So go ahead and give me a prompt for Claude to have Codex do an audit based on what it did. And if you can just tell it to look at the source or the Git changes, I guess. That would probably be the best way to do it, but let me know what you think. So yeah, it's looking better now. And I think the main thing is I'll just have to check it out on... This is good for right now. I'll have to check it out on like mobile and tablet later. And then maybe change it from there. Alright, audit time. So I'm having Codex do an audit based on the Git changes, so it should be able to just read that, the Git changes, and then make the audit. So yeah, I hear you, Javi. It is probably difficult to say. Jarvis, not sure what that is. But AI, their system built just for them. Yeah, I think customized systems, like, that's definitely like the way it's going right now. It's going to be interesting to see how they're able to, like, you know, customize everything for everybody. But yeah, it's moving fast. And yeah, I shouldn't be trying. That's true. I should not be trying to, like, to really, like, predict it on that, like, specific of a level, I guess. Who knows where it's going, other than it's moving fast, and probably to, like, more customization, and just be understanding, like, how to, you know, use all the tools, and how to orchestrate it at a high level is really what I should just be focused on. And learning how to make custom systems is probably the best thing to think about. So yeah, I hear you. Yeah, custom tools are very useful. And yeah, because, like, you know, like, on one hand, I'm doing this for a business, but yeah, definitely providing value needs to be the main motivation. But, like, what's the right word for business? If it's, like, not stable, but it's like a word for business if something's, like, got potential for, like, the long term, but I can't remember it. Anyways, it's like that is only had to fix one thing. Did the fix. Alright, yeah, good. So now I could do the open up a new terminal. Push to GitHub. I already committed in another terminal. Oh, what's up, Jake? Good to see you every time. Going all right? Scratching each other's back. Jarvis is like the AI from Iron Man. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I noticed they've got, like, AIs, like, you can put on a belt and, like, wrap things around your legs and it'll help you, like, walk better, like, it'll lift up your legs. Oh, man, it's gonna be... Iron Man suits are gonna be here sooner than later, probably. That would be fun to fly, though. Better have a good parachute, but yeah, I mean, that really, like, I don't think that's too far of a distant future. Like just step in your shell every day. And then it's like walking around for you. You ride around in your self-driving car. Man, future's gonna be evolving quick. Codex resets limits early again. Did not notice that. I've been good with Codex, just doing audits where I've not hit my limit on just like the lowest tier. Go ahead and push and commit. Not sure what's going on with that because I did it in the other terminal, but it's not a big deal. Just push and commit for now. So they're recommending Next to do indicators for the time machine. Let's do the time machine indicators next. Right now, the way the time machine works is like there's just a button that says like indicators on, and you click it, it'll change the indicators off. And it only shows like the two SMA lines, I'm guessing 50 and 200 day. And then the last couple candles, it'll basically like tell you what the indicators are reading. So like right now I'm looking at, you know, the first chart being Apple, and it's showing a green circle that it's bullish, and it says bullish engulfing. I guess, you know, like a beginner probably doesn't understand that's a bullish engulfing candle. But yeah, I think for this time machine, it's like doing the reading for the user. And I'm not so sure that's the best way to be doing this. What do you think? If the app does the thinking, the user doesn't learn. Exactly. I'm thinking the best thing to do would be to do it how I have it for the paid tier real-time paper trader. Basically, right above the chart, there's buttons for SMA 20, SMA 50, RSI, Bollinger, and MACD. Not sure if I'm forgetting anything, but I'm gonna make a screenshot. And sounds like the best thing to do would just be to tell it to use the same logic for the time machine for the indicators that it's doing for the real-time paper trader in the paid tier. And I'm thinking we'll just add those indicators first, and then we can go about figuring out how they can be like wired into the actual like path, I guess you would say. So let me know what you think. Bitcoin made the big move today. Yeah, that's how the indicators are set up on the live Bitcoin chart with the big move. All right, looking at the chat, Javi built a multimodal interface on his app. Has 5 different AIs, have a dialogue with each other. Yeah, it's a good idea. That's cool. Use it as an oracle with your trading. That's a good idea. Have it get like different opinions. I think I'll take a note to implement something like that. Yeah, the whole market made a good big move. So yeah, I wonder what the media is saying was the cause of that. I think a big move was just like time for one. Like everything's been going, the markets haven't been doing much, mostly going down, and I think it's kind of past due, just time for a big move in general, and maybe it doesn't even have to have anything to do with like anything going on in the news, but I'm going to take that note for multi-LLM perspective consensus. Trump did a ceasefire deal right before it closed. Yeah, right. Yeah, I really trust that. And then tomorrow he'll like back off again. Man. He knows exactly when to put those announcements out to play the market, manipulate it. But yeah, I'm just trying to not. Man. War is not the solution. Can't just get rid of people you don't like. It's just going to make them stronger. Whatever you fight against gets stronger. Whatever you resist persists. Right? It is. It is all just crazy. Hopefully a change is going to come soon. Because, can't just keep, pushing conflicts on everything to solve it. Okay, ready for this next prompt. The war will soon be over. The people living in darkness will see the great light. So I'm guessing after it puts these indicators in, I'm gonna have to like just erase how it worked before. So once I get these indicators hooked up, is there going to be a way where, you know, like if I guess the task on the mountain says like, you know, beat the time machine using like certain indicators, it'll be able to tell that like the time machine was beat with those certain indicators on, and then it will be able to unlock the next step. I'll be right back. Alright, so this is done. I'm gonna check it out. There we go. Good night to you too, Javi. Be well. Peace every time. Gotta keep the peace out here. Market will do much better. Money over war every time. Respect. Alright, that was easy. It was way easier. Way easier to put all the logic of those indicators in than just drawing a simple mountain. Alright. I'm gonna do this one max effort. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making it so the time machine has parameters. So it's like it can basically tell like what indicators a person's using, so that the guide for the dashboard will know if a person's actually following their instructions. Alright, so this prompt's working right now. I'm not 100% sure on what you're talking about. To write the mission for the 7th switchback. I thought it already kind of like wrote the missions. Let me know what you think I'm not understanding. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like right now, I'm just putting in the logic for it to like know what a person's using, but I gotta still link that up. Yeah, what I was just saying with the dashboard. So I noticed that prompt you're giving me has like basically like mission 5 through mission 8. Um, I'm just making sure it's not going to get confused that it only wires it up for those missions, that it wires it up for all missions. And I want to make sure that like, I can easily in the future if I have to change what the missions are, and that all I have to do is like tell it to change a certain mission, it'll automatically be linked up with what's going on in the time machine. Also, too, let me know about making sure the link part is working with the game. So I'm guessing, let me know, do we just need to do an extra set of prompts when we're done with the time machine linking that we have to link the game next? Alright, so we got this one done. Let's talk about API. Alright, so it looks like it just finished that last prompt. I'm going to copy and paste in here like the results it gave me. Mainly because it's talking something about an API. And I don't have any APIs in here yet, so I'm not really sure what an API would have to do with anything, especially with what it just did. Let me know about that part, and then just anything else in general you see that as out of the ordinary. Claude's talking about its internal API. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, I've never heard of Claude talking about like an internal API. Basically, yeah, essentially what I just built was like an API between like different features in the app, the hub, the website, whatever you want to call it. Alright, I think it's time for a test. Academy levels 1 to 3. See, I was calling it the Academy, but oh, yeah, okay. Good night to you too, Hat 3. And yeah, until next time, stay in the light and do what's right. And yeah, good luck with your building. Oh man, it just froze up on me. Okay. It's not just there either. It's not good. Can't click on anything. What's going on? Can click on that. Oh, okay. Weird. Beat it on the first try. I mean, it's working, so I don't feel like playing through the whole thing. But then I won't know about the specific indicators. That's true. Okay, this level's wrong. We found some bugs, and I'm not trying to fix these bugs right now. I'm just trying to build, so... Alright. So, I did like the first 2 or 3 tasks, I guess you would call them, on the dashboard on the mountain. And it worked. Like, you know, when I did when I finished what it said to do, it updated and showed the next part of the path in the next level. But right now I'm like going through the game and the academy, the Investor's Edge, and I'm noticing some small bugs that need to be fixed. But I don't want to stop and fix these now. But it's gonna make it difficult for me to finish all the rest of the levels, I guess you would say. So you know, I'm just gonna assume right now that because the first few worked, that the last ones will work too. And I'm gonna go back and fix those bugs later. I want to keep doing the building for the dashboard out right now though. So where is the next step? I think you were saying it's making sure that the Investor's Edge game is wired up, but it must be wired up already, because like when it, you know, the first task was do steps 1 through 3 for the Investor's Edge, and I did that, and then it printed the trail to the next the next task, which was the time machine to just beat the S&P one time. I did that and it printed the next trail. So basically it looks like it's wired up with both the Investor's Edge and the time machine. So I'm just like confirming all this is going to do is basically like make like a cloud layer where the Pro tier starts, the Pro Lab, and it should cover like the mountain from there on up. But you'll just be able to see the like the labels for Pro Lab and Elite Suite. And Elite Suite will be at the top, the peak of the mountain. But it's not actually going into what the specific tasks are for those parts. Alright, so like all this is really doing is like applying a cloud over the top half of the mountain. It's already got the labels there. I'm noticing that for how many steps there are, this path is probably going to go like too far up the mountain just for the paid tier to reach halfway. So I'm going to have to add some steps so that I'm thinking like, you know, it's not just like each edge of the mountain, but like there's a step on the edge, then a step in the middle, and then another step on the edge for like each line. Thinking that's probably the next best thing to implement. What do you think? Alright, check it out. Yeah, it looks horrible. It's not look like a cloud, and it added like extra stuff. That's cool, that's not a big deal. I don't need to worry about that right now. Alright, so it already gave it the prompt to add the cloud layer. I did it. It does not look like clouds at all, so I'm not even gonna worry about that right now. I can like deal with changing that later. Right now I just want to make sure like the main things are done, so I'm just like moving and making progress. It's really easy for me to get sidetracked with these like nitpicking over like small things, and I'm trying to get better at not doing that. Basically recreate that prompt just so that it's adding more steps on the path. So like we said, like just add an extra step so that it's like, you know, there's a halfway point between each line from one edge to the other of the mountain. I'm thinking that should be enough, but I can always add more later if that's not enough. It needs more space. Hey, what's up, Pookie Sandra? How you doing? Pick up every time. Massive respect. What's up, Birkenback? Pick up yourself every time. Massive respect. And, you know, we're just building this Investa Path hub. Working on the dashboard right now. Yeah, doing pretty good today. Other than just slept wrong and my neck's kind of like cramped, so that's why my head's like kind of tilted. But you know, that'll go away soon. Yeah, definitely did a climbing session today, so I'm doing like inspired me to do the path like it's going on a path up the mountain, and giving steps for users to doing the free tier steps right now. Got it all wired up so that the features from the free tier align with the steps a user needs to take, and just getting more steps on the path now. Yeah, I believe so. Definitely gonna get the UI and the visuals better later. I'm just kind of working on the logic stuff right now. Get everything done, and then I can polish it up later. And yeah, definitely you're free to follow. Branding. Branding is going to be next step. I'm gonna be working on the marketing. Haven't really done any marketing for this yet. As soon as I get it done, get it launched, then I'll start building systems in Claude Code to do the marketing for this, and I can start, focus more on like the branding and the marketing. I guess like, that's, I was saying there hasn't been any branding done. That's not true. I've definitely done some branding. Done a lot of like the market research, pretty much all the market research to build this. So the branding is based on that, but yeah, it's going to be, a work in progress as I build, as I create, even after I get it live and I start marketing. I'll get a better idea of what users are using, what they're not using, what they want to see more of, and then I'll just like adapt it to what people want. So yeah, what I'm building right now is basically like tracking progress. Like the first step was there's a game for beginner investors right here. Basically teaches people how to read a chart, and then like the higher levels go on to adding like different indicators, and then like the highest levels are about like combining indicators. And then there's a time machine where people can go back to a random year in the stock market and buy and sell real stocks to see if they can beat the S&P 500. So basically they're using the information that they're learning from this game to beat the time machine. And basically the dashboard is like a guide. It's called Invest a Path. So it's the path up to the top of the mountain, learning to invest. Most apps are for trading. This app is for investing. Mainly focuses on teaching people the best time to buy. And almost done with the free tier part of this dashboard, and just about to get ready to move into the main paid tier part of the dashboard. So yeah, doing pretty good so far. And feeling good about the progress I'm making. It's easy to get caught up with like, trying to make all the UI perfect right now, and I just know that the most important thing is to keep building, making progress, and then focus on the bugs and the UI stuff later. So yeah, branding, yeah, no doubt. I've been an entrepreneur for like 15 years, so I understand branding pretty well. I guess there's probably all things I could learn all the time to get better. Thumbnails, colors, overall style yet. Yeah, just trying out different things right now. And it's like a work in progress. I'll try something, see how well it works. If it doesn't work, I'll stop using it. If it works, I'll double down. Thank you for the compliments. Respect every time. Alright, so I'm looking at this prompt. The only part of this prompt I don't like is telling it to redraw the path. It doesn't need to redraw the path, it just needs to add a middle center node. So I noticed on your prompt is talking about redrawing the path. I don't want it to like redraw the path. I don't feel like that's necessary. All I want to do is just add like the middle, just add like another like, circle or stop or whatever in the middle. So I guess what it would need to redo is like, it's got the first traverse. Right now is like the first stop. And like the traverse is like, the switchback where you're like changing directions. But we'll just like call it something else because it's no longer a traverse. I guess whatever suggestions you have. But the main thing, I don't think it's necessary to redraw that line. I mean, I can like do that later if I need to. I just need to add more steps because there's too many right now for how much space there is. And I guess also it would make sense to change the names, but I could probably do that after because I don't want to give it too much to do with one prompt. Yeah, go ahead, DM me if you want. If you got a good idea, always down to hear some good ideas. Okay, so you've got with this prompt, you've got something that's going to be confusing to Claude because you're saying to name it like either one thing or the other. Got to be specific. Create a prompt that's just telling it to add those extra steps. Um, and right now, just call it like, you know, base camp is like the first one, and then it'll be like stop 1, stop 2, stop 3, stop 4, and etc. all the way up to whatever we have. I think is 8 right now. So basically, then I can just change the names later. Welcome to the chat. J Codes more. Respect every time. Thank you. Good luck to you too on whatever you're doing. Discord username. I will go and I will put a. That reminds me, I got to get the links in the into Twitch. I'm gonna go and put a link to Discord right now in the chat. So yeah, you're all free to join the Discord. We got a chat, a general chat, and show your product chat. A lot of people posting up projects there. You know, anything you're working on that you'd like to share with people, go and check out things other people built. You know, just be careful as in like anything, don't download anything, you know, just for security reasons. Anyone can post anything there, so you know, just make sure you're careful about downloading anything. I'm doing my best to find like better security. If I can get a bot in there that can kind of check this out, I'm looking into that to make it safer for the Discord project sharing, I guess you would say. Oh, DM me. So you can't I don't know what you're talking about for DM. For Discord, yeah, you could DM me if you want. But you know, if you got like anything that I'm gonna have to download, I probably wouldn't download it. I would just probably like click the link and whatever you got. But yeah, I just gotta be careful for security. I'm still learning. But yeah, I thought at first you meant DM on Twitch, but I don't even know if Twitch has DM. So yeah, number one idea to validate before you build. Just spend 6 months building something people don't want. Yeah, that's a major part of business. That's like one of the biggest mistakes people make. Validating. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to validate. You know, I did a combination of creating a bunch of MVP apps that are like kind of different features. Put tracking on them, so I was able to see like which apps, which features people like the best. Did a ton of market research. But yeah, I guess you know, validation too. That's just like, you know, something you gotta be super careful with, because you can go out and validate and ask, like, you know, you could ask 100 people if they want to use something, and like all of them say yes, and then you build it, and then they're like, actually, like, nah, it sounded cool, but I don't really have time to do it. So yeah, you gotta definitely you know, business. I've been an entrepreneur, like I said, many years, and I've had successful businesses and failing businesses. Learned a lot on the way, and you know, I'm trying to build the best project for this niche, which is for beginner investors. And I think my main validation is just going to be from people using it, getting it out there, sending traffic to it, people using it over time, talking to them about what they think. As far as like, you know, the validation pre-build, I've done pretty much everything I could based on the time I had. How did I get users to try the prototypes? So I built them live, and I have all the links in my YouTube description. And I installed analytics tracking. So I built them live, let people use them for free, and then went back to see which ones people used the most. Just like anything in business, a lot of the ones that, you know, I thought people were going to use the most, people didn't really like, and some of the ones I didn't even think were a big deal, that I didn't even think were like that helpful, people like the best. So I found usually that's how it goes in business. Like, you know, sounds like you understand this pretty well too. You shouldn't try to guess what people want. There's definitely a lot of different methods to figuring that out. I guess the best way to explain what I did was I just put a bunch of things out there and sent people to check them out, and then let the data speak for itself to see which features people like the best. And then I'm implementing those features into an overall hub, and then just going to do more validation, trying to, you know, like build fast, fail fast. But yeah, I should have this done, I'm thinking, by the end of the week, so I can get it out and start sending traffic, and then get more data, and then adjust it as it goes. Definitely not like I just put it out there and then it's done, and I just expect you know, people will come using it, and I can just like not have to change anything. So yeah, definitely marketing is super important. Just gotta, you know, this is a new niche for me for business. I've been in this niche for like a user. As far as you know, I'm an investor myself, so I understand the niche very well. But yeah, I've never actually built a business in this niche before. So you're having trouble getting enough people to try the prototypes at the moment. Yeah, if you can afford it, paid ads is always the best way. I think paid ads or paying influencers to send traffic, that's going to be like the quickest way. You know, definitely organic marketing, social media marketing, unless you already have a big following, is going to be a lot slower. But yeah, there's so many different ways depending on your niche. You know, certain things might work better than others. Oh, so yours, it sounds like you're doing a B2B. So you're going to start cold calling businesses this week. and you know you don't have much experience with cold calling, yeah, I would say then probably the best thing you can do is just learn some general cold calling sales information. You know, go on an LLM like Claude, ask Claude to help you learn like, you know, the best kind of like sales advice for doing cold calls. See if Claude has any advice on like, you know, getting better data for the right people to contact. And don't be stuck on just cold calling. Try a bunch of different methods. You know, cold calling might not work the best. That's one thing I'm teaching all the time for business is like, you know, abundance mindset, path of least resistance. Have the end goal in mind and don't be concerned. Don't be too stuck on like how you're gonna get there. Be really flexible to like trying different things. Just focus on where you want to be as an end goal. And you know, if you try cold calling and it's just like not working out for you, it's just not fitting your personality, you're not making progress with it, be ready to pivot. Don't just keep pushing yourself to make it work. If it's not working, try something else at the right time. Got an irrational fear of phone calls. Yeah, that's probably, if that's the case, I would say maybe try something else than cold calling then. You could even build some kind of AI, you know, bot to like talk to people, but I'm thinking probably, from what I understand, like the technology is probably not the best for doing sales. People would probably rather talk to a real person. But yeah, if you got a fear of phone calls, I wouldn't recommend cold calling. Maybe sending DMs to people, maybe sending messages to people. But yeah, definitely people will pick up on that. But yeah, that too, if you want to get better at it, exposure therapy, just jump in and start doing it every day, and you know, that'll be gone. I mean, like, I definitely feel a difference from just, you know, I was more nervous about doing live streaming the first couple days, maybe first couple like weeks I was doing it. I just wasn't comfortable with it. And that's just anything in life, you know, sometimes just immerse yourself. Exposure, immersion, whatever you want to call it, and that'll get you there quicker for sure. Alright, so I'm going to check out changes. Oh, there we go. Huh. So it's showing 12 stops, and it's like getting all the way to the top of the mountain. I don't think there were that many. It's showing I beat all these, so I don't even know what they are. Okay, try some with Claude. Can you tell me what each of the stops that you just created are? Like, what is the, I guess the task or the challenge for each stop? Respect every time. Yeah, hopefully you make some progress. Come back, let me know how it goes. Any questions anytime. And yeah, if you don't mind, what are you I'd be interested to know, what are you like building? You don't even have to get into the specifics, just kind of like what kind of service you're offering. Guessing maybe some kind of like SaaS type business. All right, so it looks like Claude just created like, looks like 13 steps that goes like maybe 80% up the mountain. And it changed like the change the task for each step. So it looks like all these steps are just for the free tier. So I like the tasks better where like, you know, the original, like the first stop was like, you know, beat levels like 1 through 3 of the game. It made it like way, I'm gonna copy and paste the new tasks that it created, but we definitely need to change it so it's like back how it was, where like instead of like stop 1 is just like level 1 of the game, it should be like levels 1 through 3. It's breaking it down into too many steps, I feel like. So let me know what you think, and then we can create a prompt to restructure the steps. See, I'm going to give it a new prompt to restructure the steps.
Deslumbrante.
All right, so it's doing this now, and I'm just kind of wondering, you know, how do you think we should play this with when a person converts to the paid tier? Are they still going to be using the pass on the mountain? Will that just stay the same whether they're on the paid tier or the free tier? What do you think? Okay, so did all that and it didn't add the steps in the middle like it did before. Okay. I see what's going on. Okay, so based on that change, it basically like reverted it back to how it was originally. So I'm guessing what it's doing is it's making all the free tier steps going up to the top of the mountain. So what I think is the best thing to do is, what I want to do is make it so it adds those steps in the middle like I did before. So that, I don't know what it is. I gotta double check. I think it's like, you know, 8 or 9 steps to complete the free tier. And then that should take you like halfway up the mountain to the pro tier gateway. And then there will be additional steps based on the pro tier, the pro lab. And then once you get up to the elite summit at the top, then we'll just have it so like the pro steps end at the top, and the top is like doing the bot, and then those won't be like actual steps. At least, you know, and I can always change this part later. I don't want to get too stuck on this right now. I just want to make sure that the it adds stops in the middle so that the entire free tier ends where the Pro Lab gateway starts. And then I'll add steps for the Pro Lab gateway next, if that makes sense. Let me know if you need any clarification on anything. Most of that prompt looks good. The one thing I want to change is that instead of saying it's 50% of the way up, have it so the free tier ends right where the cloud cover is, right where the text shows the ProLab gateway and the lock. Everything else is good. All right, let's see. Hopefully this time. Okay, it didn't add the step in the middle, but at least yeah, at least it changed it so it's gonna be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so this looks way better. Mountain still looks stupid. But yeah, it's cool. You can always change that later. The main thing is getting like the logic first and going over and changing that stuff later. So alright, so still like what it didn't follow to add a stop in between the lines, but it made it so it compacted the lines so that it's able to do all the steps to, they look like they're going to be ending right where the ProLab gateway starts. So I mean, I feel like that's good enough for right now. I'm not going to nitpick over like where all the stops are. I just want to get this done, make progress. So far this this part, you know, definitely was a little bit more difficult than I thought, but I did like, you know, like this is super important. This is like the user journey part of it. So yeah, I guess like the next part would be the ProLab gateway, the ProLab paid tier user journey part. And we got the real-time paper trader, which includes the investor's log, and then there's going to be coaching built in. So go ahead and give me some what you think are suggestions for stops to get from the ProLab to the Elite Summit, which is the AI bot architect and the backtester for the bot. I don't need any prompts yet, but I noticed you wrote your suggestions, but you wrote the suggestions based on this being a trading app. And I have to remind you that this is for investors, beginner investors. It's not about trading. It's about teaching people how to invest, how to buy at the right time, how to pick the right stocks. So yeah, based on that knowledge, like give me some more suggestions. Help me brainstorm for different stops. It's like half Christmas tree, half mountain. All right. All right, so I think this is a good place to stop for the day. I'm gonna you know, think about this brainstorming stuff overnight to do the next part. But yeah, I definitely made good enough progress today. I feel like just the whole concept of what I did is super important. And once I finish these steps for this for the path, then it'll make more sense to finish the rest of the cards for the dashboard and move it all around after this is done. But yeah, I should be able to fly through the rest of this tomorrow for the dashboard. Just getting started is usually the hardest part, and yeah, this is coming together really good. I'm still seeing that I'm still seeing the light at the end of the tunnel to be getting this done by the end of the week, so feeling good about that. And yeah, that's it for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say. Always coming through with something new with no delay. So enjoy the flow. Different day, another way to bring something new. So I'm out. Good night to you.